Come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson,
Excused.
Donovan, Fenberg, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston, Lundin, Moreno, Pedersen,
Here.
Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Here.
Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Sonnenberg, Story,
Here.
Winter, Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger. Mr. President,
Here. With 34 present, 0 absent, and 1 excused, we have a quorum. Will the good senator from Brighton please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President.
We have a good senator from Brighton.
Would everyone please stand, pay attention, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Approval of the journal. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move that the reading of the Journal of Tuesday, February the 15th, 2022 be dispensed with, and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
correctly engrossed Senate Bills 20, 23, 28, 30, 54, 91, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 26, 27, 52, and 58.
Committee reports.
February 15, 2022, Committee on Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 65 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. February 15, 2022, Committee on Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 59 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. February 15, 2022, Committee on Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 60 be postponed indefinitely. February 15, 2022, Committee on Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 75 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. February 15, 2022, Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 108 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. February 15, 2022, the Committee on Transportation and Energy has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar. Confirmed members of the Clean Fleet Enterprise for terms expiring September 28, 2024. Carlos Gonzalez of Colorado Springs, Colorado, to serve as an individual from a disproportionately impacted community, appointed. Greg Fulton of Denver, Colorado, to serve as an expert in transportation, appointed. Tim Reeser of Johnstown, Colorado, to serve as an expert in motor vehicle fleet electrification, appointed. Humas of Arvada, Colorado, to serve as a representative of business that operates a motor vehicle fleet, appointed for terms terms expiring September 28, 2025. Will Allison in Denver, Colorado to serve as an air quality expert appointed. John Taylor of Boulder, Colorado to serve as an expert in business or supply chain management appointed. February 15, 2022. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation and Energy has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar. Confirmed member of the Colorado Aeronautical Board effective December 2021 for a term expiring December 19, 2024. Kenneth Mainpaw of Mountain Village, Colorado to serve as a representative of local government that operates airports on the western slope, reappointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm sure you were all working very hard yesterday to get those merchandise orders in, but now we have different business to take care of. Today, we will be doing supplementals. We are going to recess here momentarily and allow the caucuses to caucus and review those supplementals and have those discussions. We will then come back to the floor and immediately take up a special orders calendar that includes those supplementals. These are the bills that came out of Appropriations Committee yesterday morning, and then we will move on to the rest of what's on the calendar. But we will break now for the caucus meetings to occur, and then we will come back to do that work before we then break, hopefully not too late, for upon adjournment committees. I'll let the caucus chairs announce where each caucus is meeting, and then I'll put us into a recess.
This is what gender equality looks like.
Easy enough.
Senator Smallwood.
Hi, good morning, Mr. President. Just want to announce to the Senate Republican Caucus we're going to be meeting at 3:57. 3:57 now.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. To the members of the Senate Democratic Caucus, I want to let you all know that we will be meeting in approximately 5 minutes in the old Supreme Court. Please remember, colleagues, to bring your amendment packets and your supplemental packets so that we can review and be prompt and diligent. Thank you all so much.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move, just a reminder, because even after what I just said, people asked a few questions. We will be coming back here, right after the caucus meetings, doing the calendar and the special orders calendar, and then going to upon adjournment committees. So upon adjournment committees will be in a few hours or so. So after caucus, come back here to take on the supplementals and discuss them. Mr. President, I move that the...
Mr. Majority Leader, one moment. Committee reports.
February 10, 2022, Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following Senate Bill 49 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did receive a question for clarification. It is too late to place your merchandise order. Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until 9:45 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in recess until 09:45.
We'll see you in 5 minutes, everybody.
The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
Call has been properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return all those back to the Senate chambers?
They send the state patrol after you.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
You're not coming after my flavor, are you?
I'm sorry, bacon is not tobacco. No tobacco is bacon. It's completely different.
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson. Danielson excused. Donovan, Fenberg, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen,
Here.
Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Here.
Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Lundeen, Mr. President.
Here, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Mr. Majority Leader.
Ready for specials? Thank you, Mr. President. Members, a calendar has been distributed. It consists of the bills that I mentioned previously. They are all the bills that came out of appropriations the other morning. However, it does not include one bill that was on the appropriations calendar, but it was not a supplemental or part of the supplemental package, so that will not be found on this calendar. I believe it was Senate Bill 79. Mr. President, I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 102 and House Bills 1170, 1175, 1184, 1185, 1187, 1188, 1189, 1190, 1192, 1193, 1194, 1195, 30, Senate Bill 34, and Senate Bill 78 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 10:25 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up the special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes the bills listed as requested by the Majority Leader at the hour of 10:25.
Was it an Ropes.
It wasn't appropriate.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies, but there's been a request to remove Senate Bill 78 from the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 78 will be removed as requested from the consent agenda. The motion is that the Senate take up those bills listed on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar on special orders at the hour of 10:25. This requires a 2/3 majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will take up those bills listed on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 10:25. Special order second reading of bills consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
All right, y'all, the committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title of all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar?
Senate Bill 102, Senator Crookmeyer, Representative Young, concerning increasing transparency concerning programs for youth with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are in out-of-home placements. House Bill 1170, Representative McCluskey, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Corrections. House Bill 1175, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental to the Department of Human Resources. House Bill 1184, Representative McCluskey, Senator Moreno, concerning funding for capital construction and making supplemental appropriations in connection therewith. House Bill 1185, Representative McCluskey, Senator Moreno, concerning funding for capital construction, information technology, and making supplemental appropriations in connection therewith. Representative Senate Bill 1187, Representative Harrod and Senators Hansen and Rankin, concerning extending statutory deadlines for COVID-19 relief programs within the Office of Economic Development. House Bill 1188, Representative Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning authorizing money in the ARPA account within the Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Fee Cash Fund to be used for home and community-based services that are ineligible for a federal match, but otherwise authorized pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. House Bill 1189, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning the extension of deadlines for training for providers across the state and cross-system behavioral health crisis response as it relates to persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. House Bill 1190, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Hansen and Moreno, concerning supplemental state payment to urban Indian organizations to address health care disparities among the urban Indian community and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1192, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senator Moreno, concerning the Colorado Scholarship Opportunity to Scholarship Initiatives Displaced Workers Grant, and in connection therewith codifying the grant and extending a related existing appropriation. House Bill 1193 by Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Hansen and Rankin, concerning adjustments to expenditures from funds dedicated to assisting those impacted by the transition to a clean energy economy, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1194, Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Hansen and Rankin, concerning local firefighter safety resources provided through the Local Firefighter Safety and Disease Prevention Fund. House Bill 1195,
Kayla,
Representatives Harrod
I
and
think you
Ransom,
told me
Senators
did some
Hansen and
talking
Rankin,
points on
transfers
this,
from the general fund to the
and
capital
then
construction fund.
we got a strike below amendment yesterday. So I don't know if you saw it or if you want it. If you want it, you can go make a copy of it. I don't care. And then just bring that back to me if you want to read it. But basically, it.
Senator Story, please mute yourself.
Hey, Chris.
Senate Bill 34, Senator
Ms. Cole, please proceed.
Senate Bill 34, Senators Coker and Priola, Representative Byrd, concerning measures to counteract the filing of fraudulent business documents with the Secretary of State.
All right, Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bill 102, House Bills 1170, 1175, 1184, 1185, 1187, 1188, 1189, 1190, 1192, 1193, 1194, 1195, and Senate Bill 34, along with the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
Orale, is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the committee reports on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Orale. The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report? Faster than the printer.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report that it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 102, Senate Bills 34 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1170, 1175, 84, 85, 87, 88, 89, 90, 92, 93, 94, 95, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the committee whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 102, Senate Bill 034, as amended, passed on second reading, order, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1170. House Bill 1175, House Bill 1184, House Bill 1185, House Bill 1187, House Bill 1188, House Bill 1189, House Bill 1190, House Bill 1192, House Bill 1193, House Bill 1194, House Bill 1195, passed on second reading, order, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bills 1171, 1172, 1173, 1174, 1176, 1177, 1178, 1179, 1180, 1181, 1182, 1183, 1186, 1191, 1196, and 1197 on special orders at the hour of... Nope, that'll be tomorrow. Just a clarification, 78, which was taken off consent calendar, we're not pulling up on special, so it automatically will appear in the calendar tomorrow. At the hour of 10:35 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills listed as requested by the Majority Leader on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 10:35. This requires a two-thirds majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on special order second reading bills at the hour of 10:35. Special order second reading bill. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for considerations of special order second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
All right, the committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title of all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills calendar? Each one individually. My bad, I'm out of practice, y'all. Hi. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1171?
House Bill 1171, Representative McCluskey, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Education.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1171.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1171? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1171. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1171 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1172?
House Bill 1172, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the offices of the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and State Planning Budgeting.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1172.
To the bill. Seeing no discussion, Senator Woodward.
This one has an amendment.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a moment, I'm going to discuss some potential amendments, but I wanted to sort of walk through the conversation we're going to have over the next few minutes on several of the bills. And in particular, the next few bills have something in common with this one, 1172, in that it is an effort through the supplemental process to really increase the size of state government. What you'll see in the fiscal note is this particular bill, 1172, adds 0.6 full-time employees this current year. But if you look forward to the future years, it turns into 2 full-time employees that we're asking for. In this bill alone, it's a $77,000 cost for this short year, and then beyond, it's a much greater cost to employ those 2 full-time employees. So don't be fooled by the 0.6 and the $77,000. It's really at least 3 times greater than that. In this particular bill, you'll note that there is a request for ultimately 2 full-time employees for the governor to implement some oversight on making sure that the boards and commissions comply with the rules and the statutes that we set out as we form these boards and commissions. Until this current governor, for as long as this legislature's been meeting and had these pieces in place, former governors have identified boards and commissions that seem to qualify and have not raised a lot of concern about whether they qualify for things like geographic diversity. All of a sudden, there's been, for some reason, this office has not been able to accomplish those things that are set out in statute. And then they're coming back to us and tell us now we need more employees to do the same thing that our predecessors did, but we need more employees to do that. So I think the purpose of the bill that we passed last year, 21-1212, and House Bill 21-1065 and 21-1289 were certainly appropriate bills that do great things for the state of Colorado. However, implementing those by providing the governor with additional funding and additional employees to meet that are in fact inappropriate. Think about it, how hard is it to read through the list of applicants and type in a Google their address to see, oh yeah, this one's west of the Continental Divide? It's not that hard. It doesn't really take 2 full-time employees to do research on all these kinds of things. So because of that, I believe it's appropriate to strip the funding directly in relation to these 2 full-time employees out of this supplemental budget request.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read J002 to House Bill 1172?
J002, House
Senator
Bill
Woodward.
1172 by Senator Woodward.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned before, I guess I'll start with, I move J002.
There you go. Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment simply strips out the additional, the money that would support these 2 additional full-time employees in the long term.
Discussion on J002. Senator Rankin, followed by Senator Quorum.
Senator Wood, excuse me, by name. Thank you, Senator, for introducing the amendment. I will say a couple of things about it. I think you're correct to point out that we have another increase of administrative folks in the governor's office. We and JBC have had a lot of discussion because we've seen administrative requirements from many departments increase this year. I will say I believe our staff is really great at analyzing each of these in terms of how long has it been since certain administrative functions grew, and what's the workload behind each one. And so I would, of course, urge a no vote on the amendment. However, I think you pointed out a really important point, that the size of government continues to grow, and particularly now, in the face of ARPA funding, many of our departments are trying to staff up in order to handle this surge for the next 4 years of spending. So I think it's something to keep an eye on. Thank you for the amendment.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. I appreciate the good senator from bringing this forward. As you may recall, the end of session last year, we had a very interesting debate about geographic diversity. On this particular day, we had 51 appointments to boards and commissions. Of those 51, 2 lived east of I-25, 2 lived east of I-25, and 1 was at Parker, which is only a few miles, 5 or 6 miles from something at the most, 1 at Brighton. So we discussed about geographic diversity. We also had 1 from Arizona, which we had another appointee from out of state. I'm not sure that we don't have qualified people in the state of Colorado. And if they're making road trips to visit these people, I understand why the need. But I have before me appointments that I will be looking at tomorrow. And I'm sure most of you in this have looked at that, different ones. But it gives the name, it gives the county, it gives the congressional district, it gives the Senate district, the House district, and their address, their cell phone number. All the information is on this application that the boards and commissions are looking at. And frankly, most of these appointments, as an example, tomorrow, I believe, we're looking for a new Deputy Director of Department of Ag. That is a Zoom meeting. So have we increased the amount of applications to the boards and commissions or decreased? They tell me, well, we can't find people from rural Colorado that want to do this. They're out there. And somehow, I think we need to do a better job of making it known that these appointments are up and please apply. But I don't think we need to add 2.6 employees, full-time employees, to review the information that has all been given to you. If I were in the governor's staff, I would know where Hesperus, Colorado is. If I didn't know, I'd say, well, it's in Montezuma County. It's in the 3rd Congressional District. It's in Senate District 6. This is not rocket science to figure this out. This is simply the growth of government.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment simply because of basically of what the good senator from Montrose had to say, but the governor doesn't follow the law or the intent of the law anyway when it comes to geographic diversity. So why does he need 2 people now to not follow the law any further? So I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I will encourage you to oppose Amendment J002. In a lot of ways, I wish you got the additional detail that the Joint Budget Committee does in considering some of these budget requests. That is available on the General Assembly's website under the Budget tab. On the homepage, all of the Joint Budget Committee's documents are publicly available. And what you would find in the detailed analysis on the Office of the Governor is the fact that this office, the Boards and Commissions Office, is supported by 2.5 FTE currently. That's what they have. That hasn't changed in over 20 years. So no adjustments, no increases, nothing has changed in that office for over 20 years. That is despite the fact in 2021 alone, this body created 130 new boards and commissions appointments. So clearly there is a workload and capacity issue here. The other thing that I just want to highlight is that it is not simply the identification of people that are that could potentially serve on boards and commissions. This office also helps shepherd those boards and commissions appointees through the legislative process. They help them prepare for the committee hearing. They help them know what to expect in that. They help them to answer questions. They also help them prepare them for the legislative process that appointee will undergo. So it's not simply an identification, it's also helping those folks understand the legislative process, their role in it, and what the Senate's role is in confirming them as a political appointee. So just want to make sure all those factors are known and would encourage your opposition of Amendment J002.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I also rise in opposition to J002 and appreciate the discussion this morning. I think we have to do better in these discussions than a generic, I don't want to add another FTE. That is not going to do it when we talk about these amendments. I would really encourage folks to take a hard look at the workforce, the workload analysis that was done by the JBC staff. I think it was excellent. I think my colleague from Adams County just mentioned that extra information that we evaluated, and I did not hear that in this discussion of the amendment. Is there some flaw? Is there some factor that we didn't look at that requires an amendment this morning? We have significantly, together, increased the number of boards and commissions. There has been a workload increase, and after that analysis, we brought this forward for your consideration as supplemental. So I think instead of a generic argument about another FTE, which is I suppose an easy thing to say at the mic, but we need to concentrate on the workforce and the workload analysis that was done by staff that I think really undergirds House Bill 1172, and I ask for a no vote on J2.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes right down to it, the supplemental process is one to deal with adjustments that need made in the interim. Adjustments that need made to the interim are ones that you could not have calculated for in the last budget or the last legislative session. They referenced Bill 21-12-12 for the need of these. Now, the governor's office was sent a questionnaire from our fiscal notes staff that said, what will it take to implement this bill? And that was to be included in the budget. That was to be a part of the process, not now because they undershot or misinterpreted or misgauged what it would cost. Now they want to come back and say, well, we may not have had the right information, and that's not good enough for us to do a supplemental and add more money to meet the needs that they had the opportunity to share the cost of those needs when the bill was passed. This doesn't meet that threshold. That's why you should be a no on this bill. Are we on the amendment?
On the amendment.
We should be a yes on the amendment. And if the amendment doesn't pass, then be a no on the bill. Thank you.
Appreciate that clarification, Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we heard some good points up here that perhaps we need to dig a little bit deeper and spend some time on issues like this. If the reason for this bill is that we have created such a spider web, a growing, confusing mess of boards and commissions, and our body continues year after year after year to continue to appoint these boards and commissions, in the same way it's on our backs as we appoint these boards, we need to keep in mind and include in all those original budgetary requirements that we provide enough staff to oversee those. So by voting no on this is also really a condemnation of the fact that we continue to grow the number of people that we need to serve to do really a lot of the work that we need to be doing here as the legislature. The other point that was brought up is that, in the last 20, I think I heard 25 years, 35 years, that the number of folks who've been supporting the boards and commissions at the governor's office has not changed. Nothing in that office has changed. Well, if you think back 25, 35 years ago, as the good senator from Sterling mentioned, back in those days, when someone applied, you had to wait for the mail to show up. You didn't really know much about them, so you had to send off letters, collect resumes, do interviews over the telephone, perhaps have them drive to Denver so that you could interview them. What's changed in the last 25 or 30 years is the internet. So you can quickly go and find out far faster than looking someone up in a phone book to see where they live and then trying to do that kind of research. So I think that we've seen that this research should be a lot more efficient as it is, and yet we've not seen staff decline through the efficiencies, and now we're looking to double the staff overnight. I think that we owe it to the taxpayers to do a better job of keeping the size of government to something that makes more sense. So I urge a yes on this amendment.
Leader Hulbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up on the comments from my good friend from Sterling. Last night, I received an email from a constituent who asked about one of the supplemental bills and whether or not there would be an opportunity to testify against it. And my explanation was typically not. Supplemental bills adjust the budget. We already have the budget. We already have the underlying policy, and this fascinating process that we use here in Colorado is so vastly different from the budgeting process at the federal level with Congress. We, the Joint Budget Committee specifically, can only deal with the finite number of dollars that we actually have. We don't deficit spend. So to come back with a supplemental package near the beginning of each session to rebalance the current fiscal year budget, that's actually a good thing, and I thank the members of the Joint Budget Committee for their hard work to do that before they and then we venture into the next fiscal year budget. But the reason that typically public testimony wouldn't be taken on supplemental bills that are very quickly assigned into the Appropriations Committee is They typically are just dealing with the dollars, and we are the appropriators. If there was a policy change, that would require a separate bill and a debate over the policy change, and the public would have their opportunity to be heard under gavel. I do appreciate my friend from Sterling pointing out maybe where a department might have gone beyond existing policy. And I do want to express, not only is that good practice for us as legislators, but when the public doesn't have an opportunity to testify on that policy, I think we have to be accountable to them. And as we work through the supplemental bills that were not on the consent calendar, I think that it does provide us an opportunity and really an obligation to point out where we see a department might have gone beyond existing policy, because we're the policymakers. We give them the authority to operate in the executive branch or to administer their part of that part of state government based on the laws that we pass. So thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to support my friend from Sterling. I think he's right. Not calling out any individual bill at this time or questioning the work of the Joint Budget Committee, but this is our responsibility, and we need to be accountable to the people of Colorado for that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of J002 to House Bill 1172. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Have it. And that amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1172? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1172. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. All right, Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1173?
House Bill 1173, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1173.
Excellent. To the bill, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1173. We have an important task that we're faced with, and that is we have all kinds of money coming in from the federal government through ARPA funds. So the question is how do we, as a legislature, make sure that this money is spent well, that we don't change really the purpose and how we apply this by turning these one-time monies into some sort of long-term, ongoing obligation for the state. What I'm looking at in House Bill 1173 gives me a little bit of discomfort that I am not convinced that when we hire these 53 new employees, that those employees really will be there just for the short term, and then we'll let them go at the end of that time.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read J002 to House Bill 1173?
J002.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And because of this concern that I'm about to move it, because of this concern, I have prepared an amendment, and I move Amendment J002.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment J002 strikes the funding that would apply to the 53 additional long-term full-time employees to implement this program. What that would do is certainly the work is still there, that we need to make sure that we distribute this money and it's distributed well, but instead of bringing on new state employees, we would ask the departments to handle this spending through existing processes in committees and groups, as well as contract all of that work out so that we have some assurance that these employees don't become a long-term obligation for the state. So I'd ask you to support Amendment J002 to House Bill 1173.
Further discussion? Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this comes about because we got an enhanced federal match of $531 million to be spent in the categories of home and community-based services. We passed a bill last year collectively together that said the department should start to work on programs to spend this money. And it was conditioned on a spending plan that would be submitted to the JBC in September. So the department did that and submitted that plan. So this truly is a circumstance where it meets supplemental criteria. We ask them to get started under a very specific set of guidance. So in order to spend $530 million on 70 parallel programs between now and 2026, when we have to have the money spent by, they need to hire 53 people, and they identify those people as temporary. Now, that also means that they're going to have to do a lot of contracting and management. So this is really a difficult project. And I personally was very impressed with their plan. They're very confident they can do it. And if you look at those 70 parallel projects, they really are sort of one-time support and infrastructure building around home and community-based services. So it's an opportunity, but it's also a significant problem. Can you really manage that much money and all of that work in that time frame? So, Senator, I really appreciate you bringing this because it lets us talk about the difficulty that HCPF is going to have over the next few years of managing it, something we really need to keep our eye on. And we talk a lot about, over on JBC, about sustainability. In this area, in behavioral health, in early childhood department stand-up, we are adding a lot of temporary functionality to government. We have to manage that, but then in 26, when, I don't know, I'm looking around to see who will still be here, but how much do we care about being able to sustain things like, child care capacity, CCAP, in 26. So what you bring up is a very important point. How many of these functions and programs that we're putting in place need to sustain themselves after? I am actually quite impressed with the plan and the capability and the confidence that our department has in getting these programs underway. So I urge a no vote on the amendment because we absolutely need these folks in place to manage this significant effort.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, on Amendment J002, in a strange way, I actually do appreciate the amendment, even though I'm going to encourage you to vote against it, because I do think it raises a really important conversation about how we properly utilize these one-time resources that are coming from the federal government. Largely, that should be, in an ideal world, completely one-time initiatives. The challenges that are facing our state, however, are not one-time. And you can throw as much one-time money at them as you'd like, and it won't solve the problem. That is the conundrum we find ourselves in with some of these federal funds. Now, for this issue in particular, some of the initiatives that will be undertaken by the Home and Community-Based Services Spend Plan as presented by the department is, for example, raising wages of home healthcare workers to $15 an hour. This is a workforce that is at crisis levels. We are struggling to find people who can care for the most vulnerable and fragile people in our state. Obviously, colleagues, when that federal money runs out, we can't decrease wages at that point for those home health care workers. That will be an initiative that we have to continue into the future. But hopefully, our budget will be on solid ground by that point to absorb something like that, an initiative that important to make sure that these workers are paid the wages. I'm not even going to say that they deserve, because $15 an hour is not enough for these people. They are angels. They care for the people who are in the most desperate health circumstances in our state. They deserve far more than $15 an hour, but that's what we can afford to do right now with the federal resources that are given to us, and hopefully we can continue to make gains on that front. If this amendment is approved, that will not happen anymore. Those wages will not increase. That is a very important thing, I think, for us to do. And even though I may not be here when those federal dollars run out, I'll be watching to make sure that we sustain those initiatives because these workers deserve it. I encourage your no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on J002 to House Bill 1173. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment J002. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Further discussion on House Bill 1173. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1173. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1174?
House Bill 1174 by Representatives McCluskey and Senator Moreno concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Higher Education.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1174.
Excellent. To the bill. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J001 to House Bill 1174.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read J001 to House Bill 1174?
House Bill J001,
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke too soon. I now move J001 to House Bill 1174.
All right. Now you can speak to your amendment. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, plain and simple, removes the funding and the additional full-time employees to History Colorado.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I rise to oppose Amendment J001 to House Bill 1174. This is obviously an initiative that has a lot of history. History Colorado, I actually didn't even mean that, but it works. History Colorado wasn't always on such solid financial grounds, which I'm sure many of you remember. They're doing much better now, which is great. I think we're all very supportive and very proud of the work that they've done to get their financial house in order. And the Colorado History Museum is a gem in our state. If any of you have been there, I'm sure many of you have. We have receptions there. It is a beautiful facility, and to see the number of school groups that go and learn about the history of our state is so fulfilling and encouraging. This specific funding is important because the General Assembly last year really stepped up and helped History Colorado afford their COP payments, their certificates of participation. We put some money towards that, which ultimately ended up actually opening up other funding streams so that they could invest in more initiatives, so they could try to get more kids to come to History Colorado or come to the community museums that they operate. That's a good thing, colleagues, to provide those opportunities to the students of our state. If this amendment is approved, those resources will no longer be there for those kids. So for that reason, I encourage you to oppose Amendment J001.
Further discussion? Senator Rankin.
So I'll just point to the description of this points to a 2019 strategic plan for History Colorado, which was exciting at the time. We had seen them start to come out of financial difficulty, pointing toward integrating our museums across the state and several of the museums that History Colorado runs, not just the Central Museum. So that was a really encouraging plan in 2019. That was put on hold. This amendment It's additional funding, allows us to get back to that plan to implement a more aggressive, more exciting plan for our museums. So I urge a no vote on the amendment. However, I think it's definitely in the spirit of looking at every head, every addition to spending throughout the state. We're looking at 200 people added last year, close to, looks like about 800 added through bills that are proposed for this year. So this is a significant issue. Thank you, Senator, for continuing to point it out.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment J001, not because I have anything against History Colorado. In fact, really, I like history. I love history. But I just kind of listening to the debate, I don't know how many employees are at History Colorado, roughly. But here, this will give them 17 new employees that will be with us from here to eternity. It's a bad pun, by the way. There's a movie called From Here to Eternity. But, I think in Colorado Springs, we're very fortunate down in Colorado Springs. I believe in, might be Senator Heisey's district, the good senator, good senator from, the good senator from Fountain. There's a museum called the World War II Aviation Museum that is privately funded. And I'm sure all of the museums throughout the state of Colorado had some tough times here over the last couple of years. But in the good senator's district from Fountain, southeast Colorado, we have the World War II Museum, Aviation Museum, which I would quite frankly encourage you all to go see it. But they have managed, and it's privately funded, and they've managed to expand with very few, if any, additional employees. So my point being is that as tough as it is on all of the museums statewide, that I doubt that very many of them are getting additional resources, much less employees from the state of Colorado, and they've managed to tighten their belt in tough times like we all have to do, and yet the World War II Aviation Museum, just like probably many other of the museums, have managed to get through these tough times and survive. So with that point in mind, respectfully, I would ask for a aye vote on J001. Thank you very much.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to answer the question for the senator from Colorado Springs, because we're all about providing facts and information on the JBC. The History Colorado Center employs about 45 FTEs. The community museums employ about 20 FTE across all community museums.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and members. I urge a no vote on J001. This would be a huge step backward for History Colorado if we adopt this amendment. And I want the sponsor of the amendment to really help us understand the idea here, because we finally got History Colorado out of a debt trap. They were completely unable to deliver on their mission because of the amount of COP responsibility that they had under the original agreement. And there were a bunch of reasons for that. Limited gaming revenue had decreased over time. That is now starting to rebound. But this amendment would take us back to a very bad place for them financially. Why would we want to do that? Is the argument that I just heard to privatize? Is that what we want? Privatize History Colorado? That does not fulfill the mission which we have collectively set for them. So I urge a no vote on J1. Let's not take a step backward. This is an amendment that would do that. And if you adopt 1174 as presented today, we can put History Colorado in a great place to deliver for the citizens of the state. And I urge you to head that direction as proposed.
Is that Senator Woodward? Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to the prior conversation, you know, what is this amendment, what's the intent of this amendment? Is it simply to you know, put additional strain on History Colorado and the good things that they do? And it is certainly not. I think History Colorado has done some great things. They've been through some hard times. I'm going to ask, perhaps the good senator from Carbondale might speak to how the COPs and the payoffs have gone, and sort of how we've left History Colorado and their abilities to survive. And I think what this bill is more about, I think we just heard that there are currently, I think I heard 65 employees thereabouts currently working for History Colorado. If we pass this, it grows that by about 25%. Never do math on the microphone, but that's what I did. And I'm not sure that a immediate 25% growth in the number of employees is the right way to go about things as we try to keep them on stable footing. We want to see them continue to pursue their mission and grow, but growing them by 25% overnight might not be the smartest thing to do if we want to help them stay on strong footing.
Senator Rankin.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So it is true that this amendment is enabled by two different things. First of all, the funds are from limited gaming revenues by statute percentage distributed. So those have recovered dramatically from expectations, from forecast. So that's part of the issue. The other part is that when we thought History Colorado would literally go bankrupt or fold its doors, I mean, they were burdened with a $3.5 million payment for COPs. And in last year's budget, the general fund assumed that debt, or assumed those payments. So those two things enable this limited gaming revenue to be spent on going back to their 2019 strategic plan and expanding operations.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of J001 to House Bill 1174. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1174. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1174 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1176?
House Bill 1176, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Judicial Department.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1176.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1176. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1176 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1177?
House Bill 1177, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Natural Resources.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1177 on second reading.
So that is a proper motion. Any discussion? Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to comment on this bill because it's somewhat unusual in several ways. It's our first opportunity, almost precedent nationwide, to partner with the U.S. Forest Service to open a new recreation facility. It happens to be in my home county. So I'm very hopeful that this is a pattern that will continue. We need to expand our recreational opportunities in the state. I do want to point out that this is a plan. This is the start of a plan to fund this park, and I would suggest that we keep our eyes on this. I stand here in representing my own county, who's somewhat upset and wrote a letter about not being involved in the startup of the plan. So I consider this a really important amendment bill and the start of a plan which will point us toward more recreation activity, but more cooperation with local entities. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Further discussion on House Bill 1177? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1177. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1177 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1178?
House Bill 1178, Representative McCluskey, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Personnel.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1178.
Excellent. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reading the report in the supplemental here, we're adding 2.3 people annualized. What's that come to? 8 maybe. And they say they're going to be training an estimated 4,000 people, and those 4,000 will be hired with money that's coming from ARPA, which has to be spent by 2026. If they can hire and train 4,000 people and get them functioning before 2026, they're going to need a lot more than 2.3 people. So I'm having some troubles just understanding how this all is going to work. So I'm wondering if somebody could perhaps explain that to me.
Senator Rankin.
I wish I could explain it, Senator. So this is the Department of Personnel reacting to what they see coming. So this 4,000, has no backup yet. So we have a lot of work to do passing bills to spend all this ARPA money by 2026. So this is merely the Department of Personnel saying we better get ready. So it may be right, it may be less or more. But what it does do, and I think that's significant here, what it does do is start to point out to us the problem ahead of us. Can the state really hire 4,000 people? Can we really spend this ARPA money? God forbid we have to give any of it back to the federal government. But we've already seen requests to roll forward this money, even this year. So, this I think is important because it's the first exposure we have to what the size of this problem might actually be.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I guess a further question would be, are all these people that we're adding in the rest of the pages of this good book, are they counted as part of that 4,000, or is this a 4,000 plus number?
Senator Rankin.
I heard a question there, Senator. Again, I do not believe we can answer that question quite yet. Some of them are. Certainly, we talked about 53 people in the department to manage that home and community-based services. Those will be part of the 4,000. Yeah, but others. So it's a good opportunity here to talk about what we're doing. There are requests to add general fund employees, which would be part of the normal progress of growing government, which we do every year by inflation and population, and sometimes more. So there's those folks that will be added, and they will be permanent. It's like the overhead in a business. But then there's this whole other issue of ARPA funding, which will go between now and 2026, has to be spent by 2026. I think we need to separate those issues and then think about which of the ARPA funds we will see requests to continue after. So thank you for pointing it out, but there are really two different kinds of government growth going on here.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the senator from El Paso County raising this issue because 4,000 indeed sounds like a staggering number. I'll acknowledge that. But I would also direct you to page 1 of your supplemental budget package narrative. The total FTE for the state is about 61,780. So if you put that number in context, it's actually less than 10%. And keep in mind that these are term-limited employees. It is largely expected that these positions will go away once the administration of those federal dollars has been completed. But keep in mind that the American Rescue Plan Act, it was much broader than simply the $3.8 billion that the state received. It was also the Home and Community-Based Services funding that was referenced by my colleague from Carbondale. Also, the Child Care Development Fund program received substantial resources under the American Rescue Plan Act. All of that contributes into that number. So I just want to make sure that's understood, because those are two, I would say, lesser known provisions of the American Rescue Plan Act, which contributes to that FTE term limited number that you see.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues. I think the question and answer session we've been having is very interesting. I'm going to begin to inject a little bit of policy impetus into the conversation at this point. With the conversation, we're talking about 4,000 additional individuals. The good senator from Commerce City is correct. It's only a percentage. It's about 6% of the pre-existing state workforce. Coincidentally, we've seen about 6% of the public school students of Colorado choose to opt out of public education. We've got this magical influx of state employees, outgo of students receiving services. 6% seems to be a pretty interesting number today. My questions, and I'm going to put a little bit of an edge with them, is I'm going to question the utility of adding 4,000 individuals to the state of Colorado's payroll. Marginal utility. You head out to the theater, you smell the popcorn popping in the background, and you get that big tub of popcorn. You eat that first box of popcorn, and boy, does it taste good. The marginal utility in that first box of popcorn is 100%. That's wonderful. You think, you know what, that was so good, I'm going to get another. You get another tub of popcorn, and you eat the second one, and it's kind of, oh, maybe, but you can't stop yourself because the smell of that popcorn pervading the theater is so good. You get the third box of popcorn, and you eat that. And the next thing you know, you got a tummy ache. The reality is it shows the marginal utility of excess. The question is, and this is, I'm putting it to you with a little bit of an edge, how on earth can we possibly believe that the marginal utility of adding immediately, instantaneously, over a limited period of time, 4,000 more employees, a 6% expansion of the Colorado state government workforce, how can we possibly believe that is good? Second question I want to add. We have this really unique term of art. I'm going to be charitable and call it a term of art. I'm not going to question the reality of how this particular word entered. Term limited. Now there's 100 individuals that work for the state of Colorado. Actually, I think they all work for the people of Colorado, not for the state of Colorado. There are 100 individuals that actually are term limited. In the House, you get 2 years, and you can do that 4 times. In the Senate, you get 4 years, and you can do that 2 times. You are term limited. Now, a very wise, astute observer of the American political process and American government once said, there is nothing. He actually said, well, there's nothing. And I'm bad impersonation. Said there is nothing so permanent as a temporary government program. The second question I ask is, how on earth can I possibly believe that these 4,000 additional state employees will in fact be term limited? They don't have terms. They're hired. They're living, breathing human beings. They need to put bread on the table. They get hired, and they become part of the workforce. And we all, as employers, as people who work with other individuals, we support our coworkers. We support the people that work with us, work above us, work beside us, work beneath us. The reality is, those are real people. It's going to be a hard thing to cut these people, to fire these people. That's question 2. How temporary could they possibly be? I doubt they will be temporary at all. And the third question is, have you all been out trying to interact with the businesses of Colorado over the past several months? The employers of Colorado today are struggling, a mighty struggle, and that is to find employees to provide the service and build the products that the people of Colorado need and request and require. Government's getting in the middle of this saying, hey, we're big, we're strong, and we're hiring 4,000. The third question is, how challenging will be the crowding out effect of government intruding in, seeking to hire people? So, I put a little bit of an edge into these three questions. I will restate them. The marginal utility of 4,000 on quick notice, will they be temporary or not? I think not. And will this crowd out government, taking away from the employers of Colorado the workforce they need in order to do the business of Colorado? Good colleagues, I look forward to your answers.
I'm still trying to figure out who that impersonation was, but I will turn it over to Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like it to be known that I have never struggled with the situation that the senator from Monument described, and I challenge him to a popcorn eating contest.
Here we go. Here we go. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I also enjoy multiple tubs of popcorn, but I want to make a more serious point, which is on this idea of marginal utility. Keep in mind that the kind of conservative estimate from Department of Personnel here, meaning they wanted to be ready for several contingencies, and came back with this estimate, which I think is, as my good friend from Carbondale brought up, is an estimate not based on a lot of hard data, but we're preparing because we have had from the federal government an approximately 10% increase in the amount of money that we are allowed to appropriate through this process. 10% more coming in. We're going to need some extra folks to help do that. And on a temporary basis, that looks like it's going to be 5 or 6%, maybe less. That's pretty good marginal utility, folks. And what's the alternative? I mean, that is my fundamental question back in this debate. What is the alternative? Do we send the check back to Washington and not deliver what is needed in this moment? I am quite sure that is the wrong outcome. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do some very important things in this state with the help the federal government has provided. We don't look at that and say, oh, I don't want to hire some extra folks, 5% more hiring to make sure we spend that money carefully. That's a great investment. That has very high marginal utility. So if that's where we want to discuss, that's totally fine. But I would just ask my good colleagues talking about this issue, what is the alternative? Do you want to send the money back? Do we want to not spend it carefully because we don't have the personnel and the oversight in place? That seems like a much, much worse outcome.
Senator Liston is going to get in on the popcorn battle. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, it's actually going to be Senator Lundeen. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As a matter of policy preference, my particular preference on these billions of dollars that we are awash in, scrambling and struggling to try and figure out how to spend, my personal policy preference would be to send it back not to the government, but the taxpayers from whom we originally took it. Now, tragically, the federal government, being the federal government, made one of the rules. You can do this and this and this and this with this money we're sending you, but you can't give a tax cut because we're government and we don't believe in tax cuts. So my personal preference is, yeah, it should go back to the taxpayers. So I think we have coherence on the idea of popcorn and our consumption of popcorn, but I'm not certain that I actually understand that we'll get to the marginal utility of 4,000 new employees. I didn't hear a response to the question of the temporary or non-temporary, the permanent nature of all of these hires, nor did I hear a response to the question of crowding out. State government getting in line, hiring people away from private enterprises in Colorado. I have a challenge with regard to that.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you get this, well, that is, I believe, the good senator from Monuments who he was trying to emulate. Well, It's interesting that we're having a economics class here, Economics 301, or whatever course we want to. This kind of reminds me, there is a famous economist named Milton Friedman. I'm sure that the good senator from Denver and others have heard of Milton Friedman, who wrote a very well-known book a number of years ago called Free to Choose. And in that book, and I read it a long time ago, but he had a very interesting graph, and the point that he made in this one graph is how people spend money. I think we all know this, that when you're out and you've worked in in the fruits of your labor, and you're spending your own money that you work for, you're going to spend it somewhat differently than if somebody gave you $100. You're going to spend that $100 differently than if you went out and you worked for that $100 yourself. The point I'm making is that here we're going to have 4,000 employees, temporary supposedly employees, to go out and spend this windfall that we've gotten. Well, in that chart that Milton Friedman makes is that when you're giving somebody the ability to spend money that they're not really accountable for, and they're spending somebody else's money, which is actually the taxpayers' money, believe me, I have no doubt in my mind, this is just my opinion, that those 4,000 employees, temporary employees, it's going to be very, very easy for them to go out and spend all of this extra money that the state of Colorado has. So we really have the infrastructure or the employees in place already, it's my belief, and I think people on my side of the aisle, that given the opportunity over the next 3 or 4 years, that there will be not a problem for the state government to find ways to spend somebody else's money that they never worked for that's been a windfall. So with that in mind, I would urge a no vote on House Bill 1178. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is Senator Lundin.
Fair enough, and I'll let it go at this. I will not further belabor. The reality is, I am becoming somewhat strenuous now in my opposition to 1178, given the fact we're not getting answers on how permanent these term-limited employees may be, and the fact that we are going to create further pressure on the businesses of Colorado. I'd quite frankly prefer to see my favorite restaurant be fully restaffed as opposed to hiring more government employees. I'd prefer, quite frankly, the neighborhood lube shop that does the repairs and work on my vehicles, that they would be fully staffed. I'd prefer to see the vibrant economy of Colorado returned to its normal function as opposed to adding more people into government. So it's just a bias I will acknowledge. My bias is that free people, when left to make their own choices, will find better utility for the dollars that were theirs before they were taxed out of their hands by federal or state government than will government. And that is just a philosophical perspective upon which we may disagree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And that is a wonderful elocution of that philosophical position, but I ask you to let that philosophy confront reality, which is that in the same half breath, my good colleagues on the right side of the aisle will stand up and ask for relief programs for business. We'll ask for half of the federal money to go directly to businesses by the proposal on the UITF. So this philosophy does not seem very coherent to me. And as a committed Keynesian, to be very clear, this is not further pressure on business. The American Rescue Plan Act saved this economy. There is no doubt about it. When you have lack of private demand, the federal government stepped in and did the right thing at the right time, and the alternative would have been economic abyss. How do I know? Because we've been there before. The first years of the Depression, shortly after World War I, in the midst of the last pandemic. So we have allocated billions of dollars to help businesses, and we need employees to make sure that that's being spent carefully. Now, to your question about temp versus permanent, great question. And it's the one that we together look at every single year. Every year we get the long bill. Every year we have this supplemental process, and that's exactly what we do. We look at the permanent versus temporary nature of some of these hires. We look at right-sizing departments, and that is our collective work in this body. So you're right to mention the need for that oversight. I couldn't agree more. It is what we have been hired by our constituents to do, and I, with you, remain committed to doing that hard work.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I said I would not belabor further, but I have to at least jump back in for the economic back and forth. I remember the effect of Keynesian policies. I am a little bit older than my colleague who serves on the Joint Budget Committee. I remember the net effect of the Keynesian policies that brought us that came to full fruition in the Carter years, where in fact money market rates were 18%, where inflation was running away, where you had to buy whatever it was you were going to buy today because it was going to cost more tomorrow. And I remember those effects, and I remember the relief that we then have felt, quite frankly, for decades since, when monetary policy was pulled back. So I would argue that we are not being rescued from the abyss in the midterm or the long term. We have yet challenges to get through in front of us based on the massive spike in inflation that is happening and does not seem to be, we do not have relief from yet. There will be challenges ahead. This is part of that problem that we are discussing today. Quite frankly, the federal government has put us in a bit of a trap, but I will still be resolute in my opposition to 1178. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak to the illusion of temporary employees, temporary FTE, 4,000 of them approximately, apparently, and when a temporary employee actually becomes a permanent employee. So I've been told several times that we don't budget or fund FTE, that we just fund a dollar amount. And then the departments have the ability to hire FTE to consider and carry out the programs and the mission of the department. There are these things called personnel rules. So you can be a temporary employee for about 11 months and 28 days. And after that, you become a permanent employee and you have to follow all the personnel rules. So I would like the good senator from Denver to explain to me how they would address it at the Joint Budget Committee when those employees have now become permanent, essentially, under the personnel rules. So it's an illusion. It's kind of a facade. It's smoke and mirrors when departments come in and tell you that they're going to hire temporary employees, unless they're only hiring them for a few short months. I don't believe I've heard that discussion up here, that they're only going to hire them for a few months. So after a year, you pick up property rights to your employment, essentially, here with the state. And so you would have a pretty difficult time saying that they are a temporary employee.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And to this discussion, I think we've gotten badly off track of what is actually in 1178, which is allowing the Department of Personnel to get ready for bringing on different types of temporary employees in different departments as it pertains to our spending of the federal assistance. And we don't know what that looks like yet. The number that was given us from personnel was really a planning estimate that they wanted to be ready for. But we don't have specific proposals yet on many of these positions, most of these positions. And so that is coming, and that we will reevaluate in long bill that's going to be in front of us in April, and then again in 23 and 24, because of course the federal spending now has a time clock out to 2026. And so my expectation is that there will be different proposals that will come forward as we adopt different legislation on spending the ARPA dollars, and those will have certain headcounts associated with them. So there's no smoke and mirrors here. This is the process. This is what we do. and it is a rolling process because of the federal government's guidelines that will happen starting last year all the way through 2026.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
The issue, thank you, Madam Chair. The issue is with regard to the temporary nature of the employees. And that is where the smoke and mirrors comes in, or the illusion that we actually are going to be hiring temporary employees. If their employment with the government, with the state government lasts for longer than a year, they are not considered temporary employees any longer, and they pick up benefits related to basically what is considered a property right of employment here at the state. So I think it's disingenuous to imply, at least from this department, that we are using these funds to hire temporary employees. So with that, I would urge a no vote on 22-1178.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1178. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1178 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1179?
House Bill 1179, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1179.
Excellent. To the bill. Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1179. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1179 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1180?
House Bill 1180, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation for the Department of Public Safety.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1180.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1180. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1180 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1181?
House Bill 1181, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Revenue.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1181.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1181. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1181 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1182?
House Bill 1182, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of State.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1182.
Excellent. Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1182. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1182 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1183?
House Bill 1183, Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of the Treasury.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1183.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1183. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1183 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1186?
House Bill 1186, Representatives Harrod, McCluskey, Senator Hansen, and Moreno, concerning adjustments to the school funding for the 2021-22 budget year and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1186 on second reading.
That is a proper motion. Colleagues, any discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to 1186. This is our big education bill, or a piece of the big education funding package that we have. There are elements of this, and everything when we talk education finance is complicated. There are elements of this that move money outside the formula to provide additional dollars for at-risk students. Good thing that we do that. I just want to put a pin in the fact that we actually need to re-envision and rebuild the formula to appropriately, inside the formula, deal with at-risk students. This has been a critical issue. I think we have universal agreement in the objective. We're struggling on how to actually execute upon that, but I think we need to bring that back into the formula, and the formula must reflect students and their needs as opposed to systems and their desires. Our problem right now is we fund a system, we don't fund students. If we make that paradigm shift, I think we'll get a far better result. Point one. Point two, there's an element in this where by virtue of state share, local share, the budget stabilization factor, which is this sophistry that's been created to deal with the fact that we're not funding at the levels required by Amendment 23, it holds that budget stabilization factor down a little bit. I will say on behalf of my caucus, the Republican caucus, we desire to eliminate, eradicate, terminate the budget stabilization factor. We would like to do that, and we will have other policy initiatives we'll bring as legislation as we move forward. Quite frankly, within the dollars that exist in the existing budget, I think we can do a better job of putting money in teachers' paychecks. And when I say teachers, I'm talking about student-facing classroom teachers. I realize there's a lot of folks who work very diligently in public education. Some of them drive buses. Some of them work in cafeterias. Some of them do the gardening work outside the building. They're all important. We like them all. We care for them all. We're grateful for them all. But the folks who really do the important work that deliver the service are the student-facing classroom teachers. Now, I mentioned earlier when we were talking about a previous bill, we're growing state government by 6% head count, that the public education students have been reduced by about 6%. Used to be about 913,000 students in public education. Today, it's below 850,000. The students have opted out. But by virtue of a strange element in the way we fund education, and quite frankly, Section 2254-103, Prin 7, right prin, left prin E, right prin, left prin, capital I or capital 1, right prin. We average the money flowing to school districts over a 5-year period. And when they have declining enrollment, such as we have now, we pay districts for not providing service. We pay districts generally in an average year, in a non-COVID year, in the pre-COVID times, $25 to $40 million a year to not provide services. In the COVID years, we've provided more than $300 million to the public education apparatus, to the school districts, to not provide service. I think that this is something we can do something with. We should, in fact, figure out a way to get at. Now, the Lundin alternative would be let's give parents greater authority. Let's give parents greater purchase. Let's involve the parents because they're one element of the golden triangle of public education. Students, enthusiastic students, engaged parents, and here's the third point, and this is where I might have an amendment that I will bring in a couple of seconds. We can actually get at this. Exceptional teachers. So, $300 million over the last couple of years. I do not have a precise figure for you right now for 21-22. The Ledge Council staff is working on that, and we'll have that. But I'm going to tell you, I think it's probably 60, 80, $100 million possibly. It's going to be a big number. My argument, and I would like to offer an amendment, and I will speak to that once it's done, but the idea that is embodied in this amendment.
Senator, there is an amendment at the desk, although I am wondering if a senator refers to himself by name, and when he's speaking about himself in the third person, does it break a rule?
We could do the royal plural. We could do God and I instead of saying Senator Lenny.
So, with that, there is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L001 to House Bill 1186?
L001, House Bill 1186.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L001. And as I was saying, this says simply something I think we can all get on board with. It says the General Assembly encourages school districts. We don't control the budgets of the local school districts. We don't do that. We don't control the curriculum. In order for local school districts to have autonomy over their curriculum, they need to have autonomy over their budgets. But at the same time, we can use this bully pulpit, this podium right here, to say that we encourage the school districts and the Institute Charter Schools to apply any funds available in the 21-22 budget year pursuant to Section 2254-103. That's that averaging formula. The nut I don't have for you right now, but I'm going to tell you I think it's $60 to $100 million in this year that we're talking about. And here's what we're asking should happen with this amendment. It should go toward bonuses for teachers who receive a rating of highly effective pursuant to 22-9106. That's the teacher evaluation program. So what this amendment does is it says we, the General Assembly, believe that great teachers should be paid more money, and here's some bonus money, and I think it's going to be close to $100 million that would be available in this. So I urge your support of L001 as we're talking about funding dollars, as we're talking about the supplement, the true up, the reality of dealing with what's going on in public education in Colorado today, and saying, you know what? We should be moving part of that excess money that's already flowing into the districts. We should be moving that into the paychecks of exceptional teachers. That's what Amendment L001 would do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to L001, colleagues, I will encourage a no vote on this amendment. I think there are a couple of issues here. One is obviously, as we all know, the General Assembly does not fund teacher salaries. That is a decision left to the discretion and determination of locally elected boards of education, which is a provision of our state constitution. So that obviously is an issue with this amendment. The second one is it specifically outlines bonuses for teachers pursuant to the evaluation and accountability system. We have paused that system for the last couple of years given the effects of the pandemic. So operationally, I'm not even sure how a teacher would qualify given that the evaluation system has been paused. I encourage your no vote on this amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I do want to acknowledge the evaluation program has been paused, but there is a cohort of teachers out there who already carry with them on a daily basis from prior years the moniker highly effective. Let's pay those teachers more. Let's put more money in those teachers' paychecks.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L001 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1186. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1186 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1191?
House Bill 1191, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Moreno and Jaquez Lewis, concerning extending the date by which the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing shall administer the reproductive health care program from January 1st, 2022 to July 1st, 2022.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1191.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1191. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1191 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1196?
House Bill 1196, Representatives Harrod and Escar, Senators Moreno and Pedersen, concerning a study to evaluate pay equity across all state departments and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1196.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1196. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1196 is adopted. Will the clerk, Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1197?
House Bill 1197, Representatives McCluskey and Sirota, Senators Moreno and Buckner, concerning the effective date of the Department of Early Childhood and Education therewith, transferring money from the general fund to the Capital Construction Fund Information Technology Capital Account and making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1197. Colleagues, this is a bill, I guess we can call it a non-supplemental supplemental, because the funding is accounted for in the supplemental package. However, it is not an official supplemental that is sponsored by the Joint Budget Committee. Nevertheless, it is an important initiative in moving up the date of the effective date of the Department of Early Childhood, and also allowing for some resources for information technology upgrades to get that work started. The original budget request contemplated or laid out a rather convoluted structure where we would temporarily provide these resources to the governor's office because the effective date of the Department of Early Childhood wasn't or isn't, unless this bill passes, isn't until this summer, July 1. This would accelerate that to some degree so that we can appropriately make the appropriations to the department who actually is receiving those funds. So from a budgeting standpoint, from a best practice standpoint, it makes a lot of sense for us to do this, and I encourage your support of House Bill 1197.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, first of all, before I get going, I would like to say thank you to the Governor's Office, to Allie, and the people that I've been meeting with regard to the Department of Early Childhood. They've been very forthcoming. We've been trying to work through this. I also sat on the Early Childhood and School Readiness Committee this last year, and should have been hearing more with regard to the Department of Early Childhood. And our chair of that committee, the good senator from Aurora, did a great job in chairing. But what was required in law with regard to this new department is that they were to come with a transition plan, a completed transition plan, to the Joint Budget Committee on November 11th of 2021. They did come within the budget request to the Joint Budget Committee by that date, asking for additional FTE. You heard the issue with not being able to appropriate to a department that doesn't exist yet. They were also supposed to bring the transition plan to the, send it to both of the Health and Human Services committees, both the House and Senate, by November 15th. And they were also supposed to present the transition plan to the Early Childhood and School Readiness Committee by 12/1 of 21. Here's what the legislation basically said when creating this department that we voted for. And I did vote for it. And I was able to get an amendment on that required basically that there would be fiscal structure, administrative and operational infrastructure within the plan contents of the transition plan. What we got on what we received on 12/1/2021 to the Early Childhood and School Readiness Commission was what I call kind of a fluff and puff plan. It had mission, it had vision, it had some recommendations in it, but it lacked substance. And it did not cover specifically what is supposed to be in the plan contents, which is in law right now. For example, at a minimum, it was supposed to address including recommendations for legislative, regulatory, and budgetary changes related to the following: governance and structure, including recommendations regarding a state board of early childhood. What we got as a recommendation is that the new executive director of this department would have sole rulemaking authority, and basically there is to be no state board of early childhood as identified in legislation. They were supposed to have in the plan mission and vision, and for the coordination and administration of early childhood programs and services by the new department and existing departments and local agencies. They have a mission and a vision. Nowhere in the plan do they talk about the coordination of moving programs and how they're going to work with existing departments and local agencies, which would be school districts and counties. There's supposed to be in the plan a fiscal structure, which includes administrative and operational infrastructure. And I don't have a copy of the transition plan in front of me, but you can go online and find it, and you will notice that it's very lacking in the operational infrastructure. In fact, it doesn't have it. They were supposed to also show and demonstrate within the transportation plan aligning and combining of sources, taking into account, again, the local agencies. That is not in the transition plan that was presented on 12/1 of 21. They were supposed to have a timeline for completing key transition activities consideration of a phased approach. That is not in the plan. They were supposed to have a technology plan essentially within the transition plan. And they were supposed to be identifying the unification of existing child care eligibility and payment systems, not in the transition plan. They were also supposed to be identifying in the transition plan strategies to make the transition as smooth as possible, as seamless as possible, which they talked about in the Early Childhood Committee when they came to talk to us about this transition. Within the bill, within the law that was passed, they were appropriated 6.6 FTE approximately, or $711,000, so that they would have money for the governor's office, 1.8 FTE, money for IT, $170,000 and an FTE, money for legal services, money, an additional FTE over in the Department of Human Services, money for the Department of Education, and a 0.9 FTE that was supposed to be helping them put together a transition plan. They were supposed to be coming back to this body and explaining to us exactly how they were going to stand up a new department. They did none of that, yet they still have the people. They did hire a transition director, a person that I admire and have known for years. It's Michael Cook. She used to be the executive director of the Department of Regulatory Affairs in another department. She also was a Douglas County commissioner, so I have a great respect for her. She's done this kind of stuff. They are nowhere near close to be basically standing up this department. That's a problem. They did not meet what was required in law for the transition plan. That would be a problem. There are also several other problems that exist right now that need to be worked out, which is what the transition director should be doing, along with these other people that we funded already to work this through. Both the Department of Education and the Department of Human Services were supposed to provide resources. Instead, all we got is that they're going to transfer the whole Office of Early Childhood Development, which includes several programs that are impactful in human services programs. So when this was brought up by counties, the suggestion about transferring the whole department, and counties were part of the transition work team, the counties wrote a letter to the department, or to the transition group, to the governor's office, and explained that there is insufficient response and lack of analysis to support any of the decisions and recommendations that are coming forward from the transition group. That it appeared to be predetermined to move all of the Office of Early Childhood. That there was no vote taking or minutes taken that basically identified where the votes were in moving this office over. There's a lack of clarity around decision making. There was dismissal of opposing viewpoints during the transition group meetings. And in fact, when counties brought up concerns with regard to moving programs like the CCAP program, the child care programs, moving the community and support programs, and other prevention programs and family strengthening programs out of the Department of Human Services to this new department, counties were told that they needed to accept any unintended consequences that would occur. They would move everything and work out details later. That's irresponsible. That's not acceptable. We are talking about some of our most vulnerable children. We are talking about programs that counties have been working with in family strengthening and prevention programs for years. And to have them disrupt it just to move things over, just to be in a rush, when the transition committee was supposed to be putting together a transition plan that could have showed phasing in, again, is irresponsible. It's irresponsible to those families and children who need to receive these services. The other thing with regard to this new Department of Early Childhood, their mission is very specific. It's for children and families, but for children that are 0 up to 5 years of age. The question would be, is what happens with all those programs, specifically like CCAP, family strengthening programs, the other communities and support programs, the other children that are 5 years to 18 years of age. And when I asked that question in committee, I didn't get an answer. That's a problem. It's a huge problem. The other portion here that has not been figured out yet at this point with this new department is in the existing law. They were supposed to be determining, with regard to the new preschool program, the integration of that program with what's going on in our local school districts and the program that is there now. And here's a grave concern that I have as well. And waiting till after it's transferred over is not acceptable. But in the law, they are supposed to describe how the new preschool program will be integrated with the existing requirements imposed on local education agencies related to the provision of preschool special education services, including but not limited to staff qualifications and identifying, evaluating, and determining the eligibility of and providing services to children with disabilities. When I have talked to school districts about this issue, school districts in my area, they are gravely concerned that there is a lack of understanding of how the funding will occur. Will they be taking money? Will this new department think that they should be taking money from school districts for special education to go to preschool in community-based schools? There's been no analysis. There's been no discussion. There's been no follow-through on how we're going to transition these projects, transition these services and programs over to a new department. None whatsoever. It's not there. This department is not ready to stand up. It's not ready to do that. They need to complete their job and the task that they had. They need to complete their task, which we gave them 6.6 FTE and $711,000 to do. They don't need to go hire an executive director at this point. They don't have a transition plan. They need to let their transition director take the opportunity to work this through and get it accomplished. What they need to do is probably slow down and think about how they're not going to take every bite at the apple and move everything over and actually come in with a phased-in approach. Now, as I said, I voted for this bill because I believed that they were going to go through and do their due diligence, be fiscally prudent, and be responsible to the children and families who are receiving these programs. I don't believe that's occurring at this point. Madam Chair, at this moment, I do have an amendment that I would like to present. It's on the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L002 to House Bill 1197?
L002, House Bill.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, I have to move the amendment, correct? Yes. I would move Amendment L002. I am moving Amendment L002.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're actively in the process of.
Thank you.
To Amendment L002. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment does this. It removes the, there you go. All right. I am so happy that the good senator from Bell is here with me. Thank you so much. This amendment removes the appropriation. It removes the ability of this new department to hire a executive director as of April 1st, a finance director, an IT director, an HR director, and something else. It removes, there's someone else in there, I can't remember what it was. I think it's a communication staff person. And it removes that from the bill. What it leaves in is this. It does allow the department to stand up as of April 1st. so that if the Joint Budget Committee needs to appropriate funds to the department, they have the ability to do that. What it also does is it leaves in the $3.5 million transfer to IT so that they can start working on their IT system and get it in place. So it leaves those two things in place so that, again, they can get going. But at this point, we have already appropriated funds. We already gave this new department, essentially, the governor's office, funds to get a job done that they have yet to do. I don't believe that we should be appropriating an additional $400,000 or so that they can go hire more people to yet try and do a job that they were already supposed to be doing. I don't think that's fiscally responsible or fiscally prudent. I think that it's time that we hold people accountable. When we pass legislation and we say this is the job and this is what we want completed, I think they should be held accountable and they should have to get it done. I don't think they should be rewarded additional FTE and additional dollars to do a job they were already supposed to be doing. So with that, I would ask for your approval of your yes vote on Amendment L002.
Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L002, and I want to commend the good senator from Broomfield for this excellent analysis of not only this bill, but the bill that passed previously, which she has made clear she voted for. For the past month, those of you who serve on committees of reference have spent an enormous amount of your time in SMART Act hearings. And the purpose of those SMART Act hearings is to be a bridge between your respective committees of reference. You all who serve on those committees become the subject matter experts, and you have oversight, bipartisan, majority, minority. You have oversight over specific departments in our state government. One of the primary reasons that the General Assembly established the SMART Act hearings was to bridge the space between policy, words, and numbers, what the Joint Budget Committee and Appropriations do. The Joint Budget Committee spent months, spent months, and they do so every year, listening to the departments and what their strategic plans will be for the next fiscal year. That's what happened over a year ago. That's what happened a year ago when the bill originally passed. That's what's been happening over the past several months as the Joint Budget Committee has been talking with the department about how's it going? What's your next fiscal year going to look like? But in the SMART Act hearings, you have the opportunity in your committees of reference to ask those same kind of questions, not only on the financial aspects of their plans, but in the words, the policy. What are they planning to do? What have they gotten done? What haven't they gotten done? What have they not achieved that they were supposed to? What they said they were going to do during the current fiscal year. And for those watching and listening online, the state of Colorado operates on a fiscal year that starts on July 1st and ends June 30th. We're here in session January through May. That means we will run these supplemental bills, and this is not a supplemental bill, but we're looking at rebalancing our budget. Then the Joint Budget Committee is going to go into the room, and they are going to start crafting the budget for the next fiscal year that will start on July 1st, 2022. So now in House Bill 1197, we are asked to move up the implementation date of this strategic plan that the good senator from Broomfield, excuse me, I said Broomfield earlier, Brighton, there's my dyslexia, Brighton, the good senator from Brighton. She is so well described. She has outlined what the plan was for this fiscal year, and she has, in a nonpartisan way, observed that those plans haven't happened, at least not according to the timeline. So according, as I understand, the solution is to move up the timeline. a timeline that they're woefully behind already, we're going to move it up and give them more money. Why? Were you in those SMART Act hearings in that committee? Did you hear the same thing that the good senator from Brighton heard? And if so, why are you not, all the members of that committee, why are you not down here saying, yeah, we gave him the authorization, we passed a bill last year, go forth and implement this plan, but it's not political, it's not even harsh management criticism, they haven't gotten it done. That happens. But in the private sector, if the management team didn't get it done, would we say, here's more money in a shorter time frame? I don't think so. But if that's the solution in government, I would love to understand why that's the right solution. I don't think it is, and that's why I support this amendment and ask your support. A welcome perspective that maybe I would learn something new, but I think the senator from Brighton has done an extraordinary job in observing that this plan, this strategic plan for this year, hasn't happened. Ask for an aye vote on the amendment. Sorry about
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I rise to encourage your opposition to Amendment L002. In a lot of ways, if Amendment L002 is passed, you might as well not have a supplemental at all. It's true that the provision of the IT capital services would be maintained. That's a critical component to getting the IT systems in place for the Department of Early Childhood to be successful, but you would have no appropriations for anyone to even lead the department, which is a problem. House Bill 21-1304, I want to be very clear, did provide resources, but that was to lead the Transition Advisory Group and the Transition Working Group. Those funds have been utilized to do that work. What we are doing now is making sure that the Department of Early Childhood actually has a structure in place, an administrative structure, an executive director, to start to lead, to continue the recommendations in the Transition Advisory Group and the Transition Working Group, and to put those into effect. That's what we're talking about here, is having someone and having the staff to actually lead the department to conduct that work. So, colleagues, I do encourage you to oppose Amendment L002. We can, I think, criticize all we want the work that has happened to date, and that is in the eye of the beholder. I won't even venture to comment on that aspect of it because I wasn't in those SMART Act hearings. We did have a presentation from JBC staff who also had concerns about how the implementation was going. I would say the difference is we approach that situation with how can we improve it? How can we make it better? How can we encourage the department to answer the questions, the outstanding questions that we have about how counties will be integrated, about how school districts will be integrated, about how family resource centers will be integrated. Those are still outstanding questions, but I do believe it will take an executive director to actually start to answer those questions, to guide this process into the next stage. So with that, colleagues, I encourage you to vote no on this amendment.
Senator Buckner, followed by Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Senator Kirkmeyer for, I'm sorry, the good senator from Brighton. Okay, a good retraction here. The good, I saved myself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I need a map up here so I know where everybody lives. But no, but in all sincerity, I chaired the Early Childhood School Readiness Commission. So if there's blame to be given, I take that responsibility because I chaired that commission. However, I had what I had to do with what I had. This is a huge undertaking for a new Department of Early Childhood, and we knew that. And did we do the work as quickly as we wanted to? No. I wish we could have done things faster. We could not with the information that we had at the time. And as far as this being fluff and puff, I would say that this is more reality. The reality is this is a very, very difficult transition, and I'm pleased with the progress that we have made so far. I remember one day in committee, I held up the timeline, and I don't have it here in front of me, but when you look at the timeline, we were at the very beginning of this timeline, and our goal is to have this transition done before the end of 2023, and we will do that. We passed many reports from the ELC unanimously. The people on this commission were stellar. If you look at their backgrounds, they were stellar. Those reports passed unanimously. Was this a perfect result? No, but we are almost there, and we have to look at the end goal. The end goal is what we are going to be able to provide for the children of Colorado and those families who so desperately need help with childcare and early childhood for their children. I'm looking at this bill, 1197. What this bill is going to do for us is making sure that we have an executive director in place as soon as possible so we can get done with this transition much quicker. This bill also moves up the date to start the department so that the requested new positions are technically employed by the new department to create more transparency and accountability, which was recommended by the JBC. The governor's office did not oppose the JBC staff recommendations. We believe that the positions included in our budget request are mission critical to the success of the implementation of universal preschool and the successful transition. And that's what 1197 is going to do. Yes, we do need to look at what happened in the past, but I want to look forward to the future. And I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment because with this amendment, it will basically take away everything that we have done.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I just want to make sure that it is very clear that I do not believe that the good senator from Aurora is to blame. And nor at any point during our early childhood and school readiness committee did I blame the good senator from Aurora who chaired the committee. In fact, I think we had several discussions where we both expressed our frustrations. We even had to have an additional meeting because we weren't getting the information that we wanted to get because of the timeline. And that I believe I expressed even on the record that I thought the chair was doing a really phenomenal job. So at no point do I believe that this is to put anyone to blame. This is about accountability. This is about fiscal responsibility. This is about when the legislature passes a bill with specific requirements in it, that we expect that job to get done. It is not done. And to say that now we need to move the department up, the start date of the department up, so that we can hire an executive director to do the job that we funded earlier in the bill. We funded $587,500 to the governor's office for the administration on the assumption that this office would require an additional 1.8 FTE to implement this act. We funded that $587,000. Of that amount, $170,528 was to be used by the Office of Information Technology for enterprise solutions, so essentially the development of new IT system that is supposed to be unifying payment systems and eligibility systems. We funded them $170,528, which would require 1.8 FTE. We funded $191,412 for the purchase of legal services. We funded an additional $267,161 to the Department of Human Services, $108,000 of which was for child care licensing and administration, and an additional 1.2 FTE. We funded $158,640 for the continuation of child care quality initiatives. We funded $96,867 to the Department of Education and 0.9 FTE for the implementation of this act. Now we're being asked by the governor's office for additional money to stand up a department, so now that the new executive director, who hasn't been here for any of this, hasn't been here for the transition, at least not that I'm aware of, because we don't know who the new executive director is, but the governor's office is asking for additional money to do the job that we said they were supposed to be doing with this money with this previous bill in the first place. We gave them $711,000, 6.6 FTE, to put together a transition plan, to tell us how we're going to stand up this department. I was very clear when I asked for the amendment on the fiscal structure. How are we going to do this? How much is it going to cost us? We still don't have a clear idea how much a new department is going to cost us. We don't have it. So the reason my amendment basically still says that the department can stand up on April 1st, that they can get the $3.5 million that they need for IT, for their enterprise solutions, to start putting together a system, and it's just the beginning of putting the system together. Because just so you all understand, they've already received $450,000 to start developing the IT solutions. That would be on top of that $170,000 and 1.8 FTE. They've already received that to start figuring out the IT technical solutions, the enterprise solutions that need to be in place when you start moving over a bunch of human services federal programs that have eligibility and payment systems attached to them. They have got to figure out what to do about chats, what to do about the finance system, what to do about CBMS, how to integrate all these. They want to integrate it with Peak, Peak system, which is going through an update, which isn't going very well by the way. They also have to figure out what they're going to do with regard to school districts. So I'm not disagreeing that they probably don't need another $3.5 million. That will still be left in the bill. And it can still go to the IT portion, the Office of Technology, like they've already received money. And just so we're clear, this same Office of Technology, IT, on July 1st of 2021, gets another $27 million. So I'm not slowing down the technology part. Because as a former county commissioner, I had to live through CBMS. I lived through their Trails update. I lived through them putting together chats and looking through their finance system. And it's a mess. So they do need that funds, and they do need to get that going. But in the meantime, it is our job as a legislature. When we pass a law, we expect certain things to be done, that we hold the governor's office accountable to get that accomplished. And it didn't get accomplished. He has a director, a transition director, that is working on it. They can continue working on it. This amendment, again, still allows for the $3.5 million for the technology solutions that need to take place, still allows for the department to stand up on April 1st. It just doesn't allow them to get another $400,000 or so to hire an executive director that wasn't involved in any of the transition planning stuff, as far as I know, or to hire an HR director. What do they need an HR director for? The other the 5.3 people are going to hire? I mean, I don't know. What do they need an HR director for? They don't need an IT director at this point because they have money over in their IT Office of IT Technology that can still keep working on the solutions. They need to get their plan put together. They need to come back to this body, which was supposed to be expected because I asked. There's still supposed to be more legislation that's coming forward that talks about which offices are to be transferred over, which programs are supposed to be transferred over, and how they're going to accomplish that, and how much this new department is actually going to cost us. We don't have any of that information, yet they're asking for more money to do a job they're already supposed to have done. So again, I ask for your aye vote on L002.
Further discussion on L002, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. L002 seeks to return us to, I believe, the pathway we were on when the underlying bill, the underlying program, flew out of this chamber with, I believe, unanimous support. I think we all said, yep, this makes sense. And part of the reason it made sense to us, or at least made sense to me, it was a hope of a new way of looking at making sure that services that are provided in our communities by an array of service providers, any number of different service providers currently doing the work of helping with early childhood education and child care, and the possibility for, yet again, more diversity in those who would provide services. The magical words are mixed delivery. This gave us the hope of being able to move forward in a different way than how we've moved forward in the past. Unfortunately, and this amendment seeks to redirect, get us back on track, unfortunately, we've fallen into this trap of, oh my gosh, it's a government thing, therefore it has to operate and act and behave like a government thing. I think we need to tune this thing up, get it back on track, hold it accountable to the ideals that it held forth and we unanimously supported when it moved out. I urge your support of L002. I think we're at 2 at this point. I urge your support of L002. Let's get this back on track for what we all believed it would be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the a division has been called.
You guys are going to need us.
It broke when he yelled division.
That's how good he does his job. No, when you're yelling, you're really... Yeah, that's a sprint.
Division. In the meantime, may I suggest some of the excellent popcorn that the staff has brought out for us?
I do. Yes, ma'am. I know. We're working on it. Why are you such a
video. For video.
Video needs to be on.
She's there, but for video.
Her video's not working.
Are you able to help us? Yeah. All right. She did. Text him. All right.
That's good.
So just in case they ask.
Brittany texted in her vote.
From now on, Chris, I'm going to text you on my phone.
All right. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L002 to House Bill 1197. All those in favor, please stand. All right, y'all, please be seated. All of those opposed to L002 to 1197, please stand. The motion for the adoption of L002 to 1197 fails. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1197. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1197 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those say no. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
I think you did too.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration. Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report that it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1174, 71, 72, 73, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 86, 91, 96, 97, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move for the adoption of said report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole?
Amendment
Senator
001.
Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment number 001.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you recall, we talked about the fact we have these unusual aspects of the way we finance the education here in Colorado. Public education has a 5-year average where districts that experience declining enrollment continue to get paid some or all of what was previously paid over those 5 years. During COVID, that's amounted to more than $300 million that we have essentially paid to the districts for not providing service. Now, you can make arguments that that's a necessary thing, it's good. You can also say, well, the students aren't there, they're not being served, we should do something else with the money. What this amendment simply says is we have a great idea. Even though we respect the districts, they have authority over their curriculum, they have authority over their finances, we as the General Assembly would like to encourage them to put more money in the paychecks of their highly effective teachers. So this amendment builds on the fact that sometimes here in this building we come with an idea. We say, this is a good idea. And I don't really have the authority, but I think I can change the conversation. And then we bring a resolution to support the idea. And everybody says, yeah, that's a good idea. We all want to do that. We support. Then we say, you know what, we're going to do a pilot program based on that. But we're not going to fund it, we're just going to do a pilot. And then we say, you know what, let's put some funding behind that pilot program. Next thing you know, you've got a program and there's inertia and we're doing it. That is the purpose of this amendment. It's an amendment that says we, the General Assembly, want to, with the significant amount of money that is flowing into the districts for students that are no longer there, we want that money to be put in the paychecks of highly effective teachers. I urge your support of Amendment 001.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 001? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I do encourage your opposition to this Committee of the Whole amendment. The reality is, for a lot of reasons that we outlined in the second reading debate, these are decisions that are up to locally elected boards of education, and we are, as much as we would like to, this is not our decision to make. Hopefully, with the additional resources, they will consider doing this because I think it's important. But the other piece that is still problematic about this amendment is the fact that teacher evaluations have been paused. So I think it would lead to uncertainty on who receives those bonuses.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Bridges, Hansen, Donovan, Hawkes Lewis, Coleman, Story, Patterson, Zenzinger, Lee, Rankin, Winter, Buckner, Janal, Fields, Rodriguez, Kolker, Moreno. Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 15 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. The motion before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1174, House Bill 1171, House Bill 1172, House Bill 1173, House Bill 1176, House Bill 1177, House Bill 1178, House Bill 1179, House Bill 1180, House Bill 1181, House Bill 1182, House Bill 1183, House Bill 1186, House Bill 1191, House Bill 1196, and House Bill 1197 passed on second reading or revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Thursday, February 17th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over until 2/17/2022. Introduction of bills.
All rise.
Senate Bill 135, Senators Bridges and Scott, Representative Kipman Valdez D, concerning the adoption of the United States Mountain Standard Time as the year-round time within the entire state.
State Veterans and Military Affairs.
Senate Bill 136, Senators Story, Representatives Weissman and Basenaker, concerning measures to promote the governance of special districts and in connection therewith requiring greater disclosure of developer-affiliated board activity, requiring processes to facilitate resident representation on special district boards, and extending the powers of initiative in the referendum to electors of special districts.
Local government.
Senate Bill 137, Senators Zenzinger and Quorum, Representative McLaughlin, concerning measures related to the transitional return to standard education accountability.
Education.
Senate Bill 138, Senators Hansen, Representative Valdez A, concerning measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado.
Transportation and energy. Committee reports.
February 15, 2022, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 12 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. February 15, 2022, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 109 be postponed indefinitely. February 15, 2022, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 101 be postponed indefinitely. February 15, 2022, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 96 be postponed indefinitely. February 15, 2022, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 48 be postponed indefinitely.
Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1088 and 1073. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1099, 1057, 1117, 1054, and amended as printed in House Journal February 15, 2022.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1073 and 1088, without comment as amended House Bill 1054, 1057, 1099, and 1117.
Announcements. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. Colleagues, tomorrow for our State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, I do just want to let folks know that we will lay over Senate Bill 53 to a later date for further action, but we will be hearing the rest of the calendar. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Oh, that's Pete. Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to make sure everybody knows that we will be laying over Senate Bill 22-040. That's Senate Bill 40 until next week. We will not be hearing that today. For those of you who have asked multiple times, we will not be hearing that today.
Senator Quorum.
In Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, we would call that a day at home Thursday. I fear that this body will call it a snow day. Therefore, I would ask to be excused on Tuesday, the 22nd. Thank you. Having talked to the majority, the minority, and anyone else who would listen. Thank you.
The good senator from Montrose will be marked excused for 2/17/2022 as requested. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Judiciary Committee will meet in 10 minutes in the standard room. The Committee on Legal Services will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you.
Correction, the good senator from Montrose will be marked excused for 2/22/17 as requested. 2/22/22 as requested. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Education Committee will be meeting upon adjournment
to hear Senate Bill 127 and Senate Bill 88. See you there.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Business, Labor, and Technology Committee will be meeting upon adjournment of the Judiciary meeting. That's upon adjournment. Upon adjournment.
Leader Hoper.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a little bit lighter note, if you are not sitting in committee tonight at 9:10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we invite you to tune in to see.
Oh, did we need to ask for a moment of
Senator
personal
Hawkins.
privilege? It's an announcement. It's an announcement. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The Women's USA hockey team is playing for the gold medal versus Canada tonight, and they are our last hockey hope for a gold medal because
The men didn't do so well in their last game, but go USA, go
Team
USA, women's hockey.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just so it's clear, upon adjournment meetings will be meeting upon adjournment, so momentarily. The 1:30 meetings that are on your calendar will be starting late. So they will not be starting at 1:30. They will be starting upon adjournment of the committees that need to be done for those 1:30 meetings to start. So to clarify, the Business Committee will meet upon adjournment of Judiciary and Education. The Finance Committee will meet upon adjournment of Education and Judiciary. And the Health Committee will meet upon adjournment, I believe, of just Education is the only one that impacts that committee. So there will not be a set time for those meetings. It will be as soon as their members and room is available. And it's still too late to order your merchandise.
Can we still submit amendments for the supplemental?
You can. For next year's supplementals, the deadline will be probably like on the February 4th, 2023. Okay, I'm not gonna solicit any more questions from the peanut gallery. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until tomorrow, Thursday, God willing, at 9 a.m., February 17th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will stand in adjournment until 2/17/2022 at 0900 hours.